Discovery, go at throttle up. Okay, what's going on, everybody? It's Monday. Another week of streaming, baby. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's enjoying the summer. You have a case of the Mondays? So do I, man. Yeah. Your boy kind of figured out why I was like, you know, after working in the garage for a couple of days, why I didn't really feel good all last week. Got so bad on Saturday, I had to go to the doctor. And I have a nasty ear infection. Yeah. That's great. So, yeah. It's good. It's good. Yeah, it's probably from jumping in the pool so much. Have you tried not having it? I'm working on that. Yeah, that's why I was like, after like working in the shop for like 2 hours, I was like, you know? Yeah. It's probably from jumping in the pool. But yeah, kind of dizzy today, you know. I woke up on Saturday morning and I'm like, wow, I feel like I'm drunk. I didn't have any beer last night. I don't think I did. So either I went on a rager or something is very wrong here. And it didn't go away. So I had to call the doctor. That was good. I think you got your engine and transmission back in your truck this weekend. All right. Bobby, good morning. Yeah, Grab Shark. I was diving to the bottom of my neighbor's pool and depressurizing the ears, and turns out the ears didn't like that. So, you know, Corporal's Bing program, rain brought, detected. Hey guys, check this out. EAA, the Experimental Aircraft Association, started this week. Here, you want to see something nice? You want to see something nice? Look at this. Here. Look. You think it's a 747. It looks like a 747. It touches down like a 747. Because it is, in fact, a 747. But, wait for it. It's small. It's so small. It's tiny. Look, it's a tiny little plane. Look, it's so small. It's so tiny. It's a small plane. Look at it. It's so small. It's a little baby 747. It's a little baby. Look at how tiny it is. I love it. It's a 747 SP. That's cool, man. Super rare. That's a really cool freaking plane. It's a little baby 747. Next time, use earplugs. Next time, I gotta use something, Clayton. Jesus. That's the Pratt & Whitney engine testing plane. It's a 747 SP, which Boeing needed a plane that could go really, really long distances in the 70s. So they just said, why don't we just take a 747 and make it small? So we make a plane that's the size of like a 737 that can go further than a 747. Look at that thing. Look at it. It's so tiny. It's so small. It's so small. It's a little baby. I love it. I love that thing. That thing is so cool. 747 SP, special purpose. Look at it. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. I love it. It's awesome. Dude, seriously. Yeah, somebody already said it. Rook's there. Isaacman is there. Guess what else is there? Is anybody familiar with Connie? You guys know Connie? Connie's pretty cool. She's pretty cool. Connie's pretty sweet. Here, look, look, look. Oh. Oh. Bro. Oh, that thing is sick. Look at the constellation. That's such a cool plane, dude. Oh, he bounced. Bro, come on now. Seriously, though. Lockheed Constellation. It's a Kelly Johnson design. Oh. 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 I don't know, Finn. Oh. Yeah, Navy pilot moment. Yeah, Clayton, I feel like I'm drunk. It's terrible. It's being drunk, but minus the fun parts. Here, hold on. What else we got? Oh. 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 Mm. Dude. Dude. No. That's awesome. There's so much good stuff. Oh, yeah. The Dragon Lady arrived, too. Check this out. Mm. Oh. Oh. What else we got? They got 747 SP. I'm not sure what that is. KC, no, I don't know. That's a KC-135. That's a C-130. I'm not sure what that one is. Maybe KC-10 or something. Dude. So, if you guys don't know what this is the Experimental Aircraft Association. This is the Oshkosh the AirVenture. That's what it's called. It is a huge plane convention. And your boy's there. Rook's there with his MiG, which is pretty cool. Yeah, there is all kinds of cool planes. Everyone shows up with good stuff, man. 747 SPs, Connies, A-10s. There's a U-2 there. Oh, it's so freaking cool. What else do they got? What else do they got? C-130 is there. Oh. Hey. Hey. Have you ever been there? I've never been, dude. We need to rectify that soon. Woo! Dude, there's so much good stuff. KC-135. Hey, all right. Nice, nice. Yes. Bro, how old is that plane? Man. There's so much good stuff, dude. What was the latest one? That was the latest one. Dude, the Connie. Hold on. Let me just... Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a nice plane. Hey, Alexander, what's going on? Cool. Can't play the music. What is that? Is that a KC-40? That's a KC-46? Huh. Oh, the SP. That's so cool, man. Whoa, was that Samaritan's Purse? No way. The last airworthy DC-8. That's a rare plane, dude. Why is it in portrait? I don't know. Was that a Kiowa? Yeah. What else we got there? Pipers? F4? F4F?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
P-51C? P-47? U-2? Dude, all kinds of stuff shows up to this. Look at that thing. Dead Crew, 58-month resub. You saw an F-117 at an air show. That's a pretty rare occurrence nowadays, man. Pretty rare occurrence. Hi from Madeira Island. Oh, geez, Alex. I see landing footage from there all the time. They should hot rod a shuttle with jet engines and fly it for these shows. It wouldn't fly very well, Erudite. Hey, Redbeard. Here at the beach. Nice. Fellas, what's that thing? I don't know what that plane is. I mean, obviously I know it's old. It's an old biplane with a radial, but I don't know what that is. You saw Vulcan Bomber did a low pass at the Bombay Open last air show it flew at. So you saw XH-558 Drummer. That's a sweet plane. Pretty good. A-10. Okay, that's a KC-46 from New Hampshire, dude. All right. Let's go. Avenger. 2 F4Fs, man. Sweet. That's awesome. Yo, whoa, hello. What do we have here? Huh. Navy. F6. How's the build going? I think I missed 2 parts. It's going good. Yeah, F6F. That's why, see how it's really pitched up off the ground? The Connie. That's awesome. That's such a cool plane. Dude, there's so much good stuff. Like, there's so much good stuff that shows up to these damn things. That was a Bearcat, an F8. F8F. Bearcat. Is that... Oh, look at that. That's what came after the F6. Yeah, that didn't fly in World War II though. That came too late. Am I remembering that correctly? Hello. Hmm. 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 Very nice. And then that was the last propeller plane that Grumman made for the Navy, because after that came the F9, right? The F9 was the Panther, right? Yeah. Hello. Yeah, those are all private planes. I mean, except for the KC-46. KC-46 is government. I mean, like, the Air Force shows up, dude. The Air Force just brings planes. Why wouldn't they? They've brought all kinds of cool stuff before. They brought a B-52 one year, which is pretty sick. They brought they brought a C-17. They brought a C-5 before. I mean, planes are still showing up. Planes are going to be there throughout the week. So
Discovery, go at throttle up.
they brought a B-2 one time. Yeah, that's right. There's F-22s there. They bring all kinds of cool stuff, man. All right. Anyway, let's jump into KSP. Just thought you guys would appreciate that. There's a live stream. Oh, nice, dude. Great. King Kitten Tier 2, 112 months, 9.3 years. Would you be allowed to film there? I don't know. Hey, who's he? I don't know. All right, let's get going. We had a breakthrough at the end of the last stream with rounding off the fairings, so... Road trip next year? Huh, I don't know. Oh, gosh. Yeah, forgive me throughout this stream if it seems like I'm gonna puke. I have a nasty ear infection, and if I turn my head too quickly, my balance kind of goes like this a little bit, and then if I turn my head back, it kind of goes like that. That's good, so, you know, just might throw up. Might throw up on stream. Nice, Mandaroo. You have a bucket? Sure. Hey, it's all content. That's right. It worked when they filmed The Exorcist. Just say, yeah, that's right. No, I'm good, dudes. I'll be all right. So we got Kerbal and we got cities today. So let's get busy. We got work to do. Sure, Pandora. Sure, man. We should make some planes in Kerbal, or at least fly some planes around in KSP this week. We should do that. Gus Grissom's suborbital flight was today, July 21st, 1961. Liberty Bell 7. Yeah, I'm gonna fly. Yeah, fly. We'll play cities again, and we're gonna keep fixing Jack City. I talked to him over the weekend. Actually, I might end up doing Wings Wednesday, and I might work on the car tomorrow, because I actually was semi-responsible and checked the weather. It's gonna be cool today and tomorrow, so we'll do the car work tomorrow, dudes. Yeah, we'll do the car work tomorrow. That's the right move. And then maybe do Wings Wednesday. Maybe we'll build a new plane for Wednesday. We're getting our hands dirty with rockets. Might as well with airplanes, too. Here's a live stream from Warbirds. Cool. Did the thing show up yet? No, I don't think so. How cool are we talking? 76. 76 at 61. Not bad. We had a thunderstorm come through. My summer car style last night. And, yeah. Okay, so this is where we last left off. We edited all the fairings to be perfect. Everything is perfectly concentric and riding on what it needs to. So the My Summer Car, we could do My Summer Car double tomorrow? I mean, I don't know, dude, maybe. Identical. But I do think we weren't out of the woods here when we finished this. There's a really cool documentary about Search of Liberty Bell 7 narrated by James Earl Jones. Cool story. Right on, man. Yeah, the wake of it across the pond this morning, Bryce. Yeah. Yeah, see that? We still got some clipping fairings somewhere. We gotta figure those out. Well, there's your problem. It blows up. Here. All right. Let's see if we can get these fairings perfectly aligned. There we go. That looks right. All right. Those are aligned. Let's see if that fixes things, dudes. I don't know, Dave. We'll figure it out, man. It might have been Pandaroo, but I saw that those fairings just now were flipping into each other, so... Good whatever time it is at your place. It is 12:38 p.m. right now. All right, let's try hanging the upper stage on clamps. See if that fixes anything. I mean, normally, guys, I would sit there kind of troubleshooting each explosion more, but the game really isn't telling us exactly what's going wrong here. It's because it's not telling us what fairing is colliding with what. It's just saying that the engine plate breaks, and that's it. Oh. Maybe this is the ticket? Nope. Immediately broke. It immediately snapped the connection. Holy cow. Wow. Huh. Anyway, here's how to tell your LED sign is cheap. Nova, your name isn't Tony, is it by any chance, is it? Interesting. down. Any clipperino happening up here? What happens if we... SVI some of this stuff? You know, it might be coming from the top. I'm not sure. So I'm going to try to add fastening struts where I can. Just saw the tri-motor at EAA land. It's one of 8 left in the world. Cool. What do you think? Could I build a rocket in KSP? Yeah. Anyone can build a rocket in KSP, Pigeon. The key is building a rocket and getting it to do what you want it to do. That's rocket science in a nutshell. Anybody can build a rocket. Hell, I got a rocket engine on my desk. I mean, I didn't build them, but getting this to do what you want is what makes rocket science really, really hard. You got to get the dang thing to do what you want. Days since I set off the smoke alarm from cooking equals 0. Turn the heat down, man. Jesus. Turning the heat up doesn't mean it's going to cook faster. Turn the heat down, dude. The heat's too high. Too high, Kinkid. You're overdriving the stove. Nobody likes overdriven sound, man. Nobody likes overdriven food. I reject your reasoning. Don't overdrive the stove, man. Hook it into the PA and make sure it's crisp. What's wrong with you? You know better. Power! Yeah, Chris, that's what we're working on. So I put SVI on all these fairings. I guarantee this is going to end very poorly, but it's going to be a very big explosion, or it's going to work. Now, like I said, it's really hard to figure out what's wrong. Kerbal doesn't necessarily tell you what's breaking here, so you kind of have to guess, which is why I'm putting it out. It's blowing up. We're trying to figure out where it explodes, go back and forth, back and forth. That is not how you do rocket science, but it's close. Jax, what's up, man? 36-month resub. Whoa. It's a night of magic. It's a night of magic.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
PSI Bouncer, welcome to Mission Control. You are going throttle up, my friend. You know what, dudes? We should, like, for good luck, because yesterday was Moon Day. For good luck. I'm not just trying to find an excuse to show this footage, but,
scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore
these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability.
10, 9, ignition.
You're gonna need some good luck.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Makes me want to lift weights, man. Just want to lift weights. Ow. That's right. That's right. See those letters? I like those letters. Those are good letters. That's nice. S1C-9. Yep, Andrew. Tell me what stage it was. What mission is this? Oh, mama. Woo! Bruh. This makes me feel feelings. What was the TWR of the Saturn V at liftoff? 1.1. Dude, this thing barely, and I mean barely, got off the pad. It's just, so when you're dealing with rockets this big, and SpaceX has this problem, to be honest, they have the same exact problem, which is why they chose to make the damn thing out of steel. When you're dealing with something this large, structure is key. How the heck it's the same, actually guys, it's the same problem that we're dealing with the big vehicle right now in Kerbal. How the heck are you going to get it to hold itself up? We're pushing up with 7,500 tons. 7,500 tons of force. That's a lot of power. This thing is pushing up with 7.5 million pounds of thrust. Or about, I think it's 35 meganewtons, so what would be 35 meganewtons in tons force? I don't know. I can't do the conversion off the top of my head. But you're dealing with a crazy big problem here. They had, I mean, look at the reinforcement on the engine section for the Saturn V. Look at how thick that engine section is. It's huge because it has to hold 7 million pounds. You guys got to think about this. No stir welding. Stir welding wasn't invented yet, so you can't save mass that way. Billet isogrids, ortho grids, not invented yet. This was hand welded. Hand welded. Hand, by hand. Unfreaking believable. How did this thing not pop? I mean, they couldn't go with a common bulkhead on the S1C because of the forces involved, because it has to hold up the S2, the S4, the LEM, and the CSM, and the launch escape system on top of it. They couldn't afford a common bulkhead. First stage has an inner tank. It's an inner tank design because that's stronger. Because you can disperse the load through the stringers. See that? No common bulkhead on the first stage. You couldn't do it. It's just, the thing would crumple like a beer can, like what ours is doing. Just crazy, dude. Yeah, so mass was a huge premium here. That's why the thing barely took off the pad. But once it got going, oh, it got going. Fastest vehicle ever, dude. Ever. CSM is the Apollo CSM is the fastest humans have gone. Ever. Period. Full stop. Relative to the ground. Relative to Earth's ground. The Apollo 10 astronauts did 25,000 miles an hour. That's pretty quick. That's going pretty fast. That's pretty quick. Hey, Space Pope. So what you're saying is we need more struts. We might need more struts, dude. EJ, after seeing an endless string of moon deniers yesterday, it's very refreshing to come here and see this type of content. Well, here's what I can say to the moon deniers, all right? Deny this, all right? Got him. You'll only hear that from me once. Why don't you deny this? Hey, get some of that. Rocket noises. Because that's about as good of an argument as any of them can put forward, so whatever, dude. Deny this. Oh, that's good. I hope so, Sea Kraken. Why don't you deny this? You're never gonna hear me say that on NSF, huh? But it don't make it not true. Oh, man. Can we just... Okay, cool. We got enough good luck. We're good. We're good. Mine's still gonna explode, though, I think. Here, turn the tunage back on. And let me turn the volume down in Kerbal so it doesn't blow your eardrums out too much. I don't know how they did it, so they had to fake it every denier's argument. I mean, fellas, we need decals on this. Can't put racing stripes on until it works. You gotta make it work first before you can make it go faster. Right? Fellas, if you ever come across people that are skeptical, that don't believe that, first of all right, you know, the deny this is funny. That's supposed to be a joke, but my one thing that always gets them, nobody can answer this one. Like, you know, you could sit there and you could say we did it, and you can explain how the guidance systems work, you can explain how the AGC works and the diski on the AGC, you can explain all this stuff, you can explain how the Saturn V works, you explain everything. They don't want to hear stuff like that, all right? The way I've gotten people to be like, that were skeptical to come around, is to say the Soviet Union said that we did. That's it. They said that we did, period. No one's been able to come up with a logical premise for why they would do that, other than, oh, they were in on it. Yes. Our geopolitical rivals in the 60s were in on an overarching conspiracy to end the space race. Sure. Okay. Sure. No, that's not... If the Russians had one inkling that we didn't do it, do you think they would have said something? They absolutely would have said something. To deny that is ridiculous. That's just denying reality at that point. The B-29 just arrived at EAA. Which one spoiled, Doc or Fifi? Hopefully, preferably both. So, guys, yeah, anytime someone's going to say we didn't go to the moon, all right, why did the Soviet Union say that we did? And see what they say. Maybe at the very least, you'll get some of the neuron activation up there rolling. Yeah, Geeson, exactly. That's the best somebody has ever been able to come up with. Okay, we controlled our geopolitical rival in the 60s. Shh. Okay, bud. Yeah, you know, the other thing is that somebody told me one time, like, oh, well, we fooled them. We fooled the people that put the first thing on Venus and put the first satellite into orbit and put the first person in space and did the first EVA in space. We fooled them? Yeah, okay, sure. Sure we did. Yeah, okay, bud. Yeah, sure. Actually, dude, you know what another good kicker is? But this isn't necessarily going to change people's minds. But if you watch the Blue Ghost 1 moon landing, it looks exactly, and I mean exactly like Apollo's. The way the dust propagates, regolith propagation, the way it moves, the way the lander lands and it kind of tilts when it lands, it looks exactly like Apollo. Even the color palette is perfect. Like, it looks exactly the same. Because it's exactly the same. Because there's a celestial body that's up there that we can go to. That's why it looks the same. You know? Yeah, don't get into the nitty gritty, Ryan. With people that are skeptical, don't get into the nitty gritty. That'll just don't do that. They don't want to hear, because dude, they don't want to hear the science. They've already ruled that out in their mind. So tell them something common sense wise. Why would the Soviets say we faked it? We were racing them, remember? Fake news. The Soviets were not bad at space. The Russians are still pretty damn good at it. I'm just saying, like, denying that is denying objective reality, which is, you know, it's funny because that puts the ball back in their court. You know, instead of them saying you are denying objective reality, you flip it back to them, and they don't know what to do with that information. You watch them short circuit out. It's pretty funny, actually. Done it many times, actually. Yeah, many times. Yeah, it's really fun. It really brings me great joy. Didn't the Soviets laugh at us after Vanguard? Khrushchev did. Rightly so. Vanguard was a piece of junk. Like, sorry, Navy people. It's a piece of junk. Dude, you say what I said and then they do this. They're like, huh? Neuron activation. All right, don't explode. I said don't explode. Yeah, you still did it. You still did it. You did the opposite of what I want. Man. It exploded. Should probably fix that. Exploding isn't good. Well, I mean, unless that's what you want. That, in this particular case, though, that is not what I want. Yeah, it must have. I mean, Kerbal has a selective memory. You could try reinforcing this, but I am not 100% sure that that's going to work. Wait a minute. Huh. Wait a minute, some of my struts came undone. If I'm looking at this right. Some of the reinforcement struts that were already on here came undone. Oh. Hate the VAB camera. Well, shoot, some struts came undone, so I don't know how good this testing has been, so... You know what? Let me take these off here. Those struts are critical. Those need to be there. We've very much tested if those struts are not there, something bad happens, so... B-29 flew over, but I missed the name. Well, spoiled, there's only 2 airworthy B-29s right now, to my knowledge. I think there's a couple that are almost there, but the only 2 that are airworthy are Doc and Fifi. So, I mean... We could check flight radar and see the flight plan if we really want to find out which one. I mean, how much do we want to nerd out here? Still snapped. Yeah. Damn, got some good distance that time. Look at the line. That's the queue right there. That's the queue to get into Oshkosh. It's awesome. All right, what do we got here? Let's look for one. What do we got there? Dude, a Grumman Albatross. All right, that's a 70-year-old plane. Okay. All right, whatever. What do we got here? 2 helos? Yeah, that's not anything cool. There's a Cirrus SR-22. They're everywhere. 68 Piper Comanche, 76 Beach. These are guys taxiing to the parking area. The Ford 4 ATE tri-motor. There it is. It doesn't even have an icon for it. That's a 29 tri-motor. Oh, that's cool. That's freaking sick, man. What else? What are other kind of goodies we got parked in here? An SF-50. Cool. '55 Cessna 170. That's crazy, man. What do we got? 659. Dude, I can't believe that. There's a friggin' tri-motor. That's so cool. Where's that B-29 though? Should be flying around somewhere. Maybe this? November 800? That's an 81 Mitsubishi MU2. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do we got over here? The Goodyear blimp! Hell yeah! The freaking Goodyear blimp. Yes! Dude, EAA is the best, man. Doc is north of Oshkosh. All right, what do we got? Oh, yeah. There he is. There's Doc. Who's following? Who's flying chase? 66 Piper. There's a B-25 sitting over there. Dude, there's so much cool stuff flying around. That's so awesome. Fifi is in Missouri. What do we got here? Otis 36. C-130J. Sweet. Dude, look at all the cool planes that are in the air, man. Oh, what do we got here? That's just... He's at 40,000 feet. That's just a cargo plane that's flying around. 747-400 cargo. Cool. Dude, there's so much good stuff. What do we got? AAL-71. That's just a plane. That's just a plane flying around. Wonder where that guy's heading off to. So he came out of Chicago. He came out of O'Hare. Look at that. Dude, look at that fustercluck of an airport. How many runways you want? Oh, yeah. We want all the runways there, guy. He's hauling rubber dog food to Hong Kong. Albatrosses are awesome. I saw one that a retired couple bought and redid the interior to be like an RV. It's literally a go-anywhere camper. That's awesome. That's so good, dude. You gotta go back up to the lake. You gotta find the Lake Winnebago. Dude. Freaking queue of airplanes. Quite actually air traffic. That's so legit, man. This place is so cool. We gotta go there. We have to go here at some point. C-130's on approach. I wonder what the serial number... Oh, there it is. 169-534. C-130J. New. Isn't that... That's a new C-130, guys. I mean, C-130s have been made constantly since the early 60s. They never stopped production of those things. So C-130J, I think, are the newer variants. I don't know C-130s off the top of my head. J is a Super Herc. What a beast. I mean, that is a damn good plane design. 169, 534. That's a newer one. Dash 8 is coming in later. Oshkosh is so cool, dude. That's awesome. All right. I'm not sure, dude. I'm not sure what's going on with this thing now. We edited all the fairings, and I thought that would make it better, but it doesn't seem to. A friend of yours worked on C-130s. He called them dump trucks of the sky. Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, it's the C-130's design requirements, guys, were basically fit a railroad car's worth of cargo inside. That's the design requirement. Like a boxcar. That was its design requirement. The Air Force went to Lockheed and said, we want you to build us a cargo plane that you can fit a boxcar into and have it move it around. Lockheed's like, all right, you can do that. Yeah, no problem. That's quite actually what it is. It's the flatbed truck of planes. C-130s cannot carry Abrams, no.
Discovery, go at throttle.
A C5 can. C5 can move 2 of them. Or 1. He said it lovingly, for sure. Yeah. Blackness Everleen, 70-month resub. I love Kerbal and Cities you've been doing. Even if they want to shake and break the launch vehicle. Yep. Yeah, I've watched that footage. The anniversary, that was the other day, Kyron. Yep. Hey, Lasarius, what's up? I haven't been around for a while. Recently found out about KSA and wanted to know your opinion on the subject. I'm a consultant on that game, Lasarius, so I'm hoping good things. KSA, Kid and Space Agency. It's a spiritual successor to the Kerbal franchise. Fun fact, the leading two numbers on Air Force planes denote the year the airframe was produced. 169534 is 2016 9534. Oh, nice, Vic. I didn't know that. Excellent. MiG-15 landed an hour ago. Awesome. All right, let's I don't know, dudes. I don't know what it's gonna take to fix this damn thing. I thought that, you know, adjusting the fairings in a craft file would make this thing way stronger, but it apparently doesn't like it. The C-130 short field landed that thing. Sweet. I think a ship static fire is close, and last night the final booster quick disconnect just came in. I mean, Graham, it was like I was saying on Flame Trench. The 37 static fire is going to be sooner rather than later. Probably a week and a half. What I'm really wondering, and somebody posed this idea to me, and the more I think about it, the more I don't think it sounds too bad, right? What I'm thinking is, maybe they'll get ship 37 in, ship 38 all tested and ready to go, right? And then launch the missions. Because, dude, let's be real. That, without a hood, the ship quick disconnect that's on this pad Pad A, that's going to get hosed pretty bad during an orbital flight test. So why not do all the ship testing? And then who cares if it gets damaged after the booster launch, after, you know, flight 10 and 11, who cares if it gets damaged? That doesn't matter. You're not testing there anymore. You don't have to test that type of ship anymore. So that's actually not a bad idea. The pictures of Booster 13. Oh, that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Where are you? What? That picture? Yeah, that picture's pretty good. Bold move. It's not politics anymore, drummer, except here and there. Most of it is just grok and anime and tech. What I'm trying to tell you is that Elon seemed to have locked back in. He violated Rule 8, and then he realized why you have that rule. And then he's like, okay. No. I love it, dude. I love that SpaceX is like, yeah, we're gonna go get it. Of course we're gonna go get it. Why wouldn't we? No politics. It's my rule on the Twitch chat, Drew. Blimp formation flying. Boop. That's awesome. That C-130 landed. Oh, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Zeta Super, did you call your mother last week? My parents were here on Friday, dude. All right, guys, I want to check something. Let's, did we have the 18 engine configuration down here? We do. All right, let's just try sending it right now. Ready? Half throttle, right? As discussed. This is what worked before. Ready? T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yeah, something broke up at the top. Damn, dude. It was something up at the top. You see that? Whoa. Damn. I'm starting to think it didn't run struts up there correctly, guys, because we found a strut in the first stage that was not run correctly. Look. Game is starting to run struts incorrectly. I know what's wrong. Right there. Those struts were previously connected to the conic section of the fairing, which we deleted, so those struts are running to nothing. Which explains why we have some problems with we seem to have problems with the structure on the upper stage. So if we do that and just run them directly to the strut, see, I don't want to restream somebody's private stream of the Oshkosh event, guys. That's not cool. Don't do that. We can just follow it on Flight Radar, but let's see if that fixes our problem. I'm curious. Let's take the landing clamps or the launch clamps out of there Um,
The
square hole.
Here. The Eagle has landed.
Shout out to the guy who played triangle in my band for 10 years. Thank you for everything.
Let's try that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Another thing that we could do. I hate the VAB camera so freaking much, dude. Is that? Let's try this one more time. Thousands. What's up, man? Bought an aluminum model of the Concorde and posted it in the NSF Discord party chat, also cleaning your room. Right on, man. Cool. Come on, don't explode this time. Still did it. Fellas, I thought refactoring the fairings like this would really help us out, but it doesn't seem to have done anything. I mean, we might just be putting too much load on that stage, but I don't know. We can watch the replay, Creep, but I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Yeah, EJ. It's like the train to Omsk. EJ. So we're seeing some strain on the interstage right there. See that? And that's causing stuff down here to freak out. Yeah. I was dinner with the parents. It was great, man. Yeah, it was fine. Thank you for asking. Get the other van. Two of them. Want to try the flange? I mean, yeah, I do. Yeah, Sea Kraken, I do. But I mean, we made all these fairings perfectly concentric. There's no way that the fairing that was not riding correctly on one or the other is working better than the ones that are perfectly lined up. Just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. The only other thing I could think of would be to, like, do same vessel collision down here on the body and see if we can transfer the load path to the bottom of the vehicle. Rarest, yeah, it has to, yeah, it is, but if we, yeah, it seems like load being put on that inner stage, that's like, you know, I said at the beginning of this project that that's going to be the hardest thing to solve, dude. Nice, Panta. We were crap posting in a restaurant, dude, while we were eating dinner. Luca, €10 super chat. Curse fun fact, radiators in cars barely radiate. They mostly convect. That's right. You said if you remove the fairing, the thing works? Yeah, of course. But I don't want to remove those. It might just be, guys, it might just be struts, but then again. Is there any version of this craft that didn't explode? Yes. Yeah, there is. But never anything that works kind of all as one vehicle. That's the current problem I'm trying to solve. You know who Homelander is, though? I thought that was after your time. I've watched The Boys, Graham. Just thinking, dude. Thinking. All right, Duns. See you, buddy. Now watch it explode. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Up top. Huh. Not now. It's people need it. I want the load on the fairings grouper because we can't, if we want to have any semblance of reuse for this stage, we can't really strut it. Heck, we shouldn't even have those struts there. Let me try this again. I want to see one more thing. All right, let's see something here. There's a gap, Sea Kraken, but it's because the second stage is being held up. Like, watch what happens if we release. These goddamn fairings, dude. Hey, Red, thanks for the raid, man. Dude, I thought these edited fairings would be way better, but they're not. They're not. They're just not. Like. But then again, it could be the same vessel collision. Maybe the SVI on the entire stack is screwing it up. But then again, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because if it was... then it wouldn't have blown up in the first place. How many parts is this thing right now? 253. Are they all one ring? No. The shells are clamshell. The inner stages are rings. And the forward skirt, I believe I set as a ring too. That might be the problem, Sea Kraken. Lamps are attached to fuel tanks. No. No, it's not the Clydesdale variant. Oh, no, no, not the fan! No! You just Halo fell on the first stage, man. That was awesome. Oh, that was sick. I'm like, oh, my stages are. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. That was awesome. That was so good, dude. Dog, you're alive. No, you're not. That, so interesting thing there, Seacracken. When I enabled the same vessel interaction here, it snapped everything into pieces. SVI. Snapping SVI on those things broke it. Interesting. Are these same vessel in? Ah. Maybe we had to snap them into alignment again. Oh, it wasn't aligned. It was close, but it wasn't exact. That would definitely cause issues. Oh, one more thing. That's attached to the inner stage, but down on the first stage, this is attached to the tank body. So if we do 3 times sim because the engines are in the way, we could get away with doing that. That might fix it. Okay, save that. Because I noticed that our second stage tanks are all weeble wobbling around, no matter what happens. And that tells me that the engine plate problems are stemming from up here. But if they're stemming from up there, shouldn't there be a girder segment up here somewhere? where's the girder segment? Oh dear. There should be girder segments there. Well, I didn't, well, no, maybe I didn't put them on there because, oh. All right, well, we already did 2 supposed fixes. I lined those up, and then we ran the struts from the tanks down to the main body there. Let's see what that does. Let's do one thing at a time. Yeah, Chris, those are cool. Sure this isn't an older revision. I'm sure. When was the last restart? See, Kraken, I've been streaming for 90 minutes. When do you think the last restart was? It's not like we've been streaming for 8 hours here, man. Have you checked the strut tree recently? No, I haven't, engineer. How are the second stage engines attached to the third? There's no third stage here. Oh, those are... I think those are on the fuel tanks, dude. I think. It could be on the... I'd have to go look. I'm gonna say it's probably those struts that are the difference here. It is holding. It's under a lot of stress, but she's holding up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it may have just been, that may have been it, dude. I think it's that strut. I don't think it's necessarily that, because I didn't, I mean, those, I did activate the same vessel collision, but let's see. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and boom goes the dynamite. Okay, we're in the air. We're gonna try to execute a roll program now. Roll program is complete. Pitch kick. Throttling back for max Q. We have maximum dynamic pressure. So the big milestone is coming out of the throttle bucket, guys. Just up here in a second. Every time I throttle up out of the throttle bucket, it kills it. It'll blow it up. That's the furthest we made this revision previously. Eagle's pitching over. Okay, coming out of the throttle bucket, throttling back up. All engines, all 18 are back at maximum power. Vehicle supersonic. She gave up. Too much power. I saw it break. We can't throttle those engines all the way up, dudes. We can't throttle them all the way up. It'll break. It's too much power. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. If I give her any more, the whole thing will blow. Yep. That was not the same type of structural failure there. Jeez. That was violent. It was only pulling 2G. Ordon aerodynamics were pulling. I could feel it in the control systems. I was trying to stay down the 90-degree track. Aero was pulling the second stage. It was pulling it this way. So when I throttled up, it quit. I saw it. I'm 100% sure that that's what happened. We just gotta... Basically, we just gotta wait till we're higher up in the atmosphere. Something with the aero is not jiving too well up here. Wind shear. It's not wind shear, it's just shear. Yeah. I felt it trying to fight me. Let's see if that's repeatable. How we're gonna help limit the control. Well, Pandaroo, it's got to get to a certain speed for staging. A, if we want to reuse it. B, if we want that second stage to get into space. What did the runway do? Jesus. Huh. Why did it work that time? Do I put it out that's in the same exact way? I'm really curious now. It looked like gravity was hacked there. It's not. So that's the exact same configuration that we put out in a second ago, and it was fine, which is strange, to say the least. Yeah, that's a weird one. Hey Spoon, what's going on, man? All systems, the only thing I can really think of is that it offloaded physics on a different, on a different phys tick, because the loading times are different. Or it could be garbage collection, it could be something else clogging up the sim, but we've proven in the past that the simulation doesn't really change. It doesn't really change just because the garbage collection is getting jammed up, dude. Anyway, Red Panda, thanks for the raid, dude. It's good to see you, buddy. How was your weekend? But then again, these engine plates and fairings jiving together do some weird stuff, man. I'm watching it wobble around, dudes. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oops. Not enough kick. I didn't kick the throttle fast enough. It fell down into the trench. That was me. That was my fault. You have to, all systems. If you try to let it go at full force, it's just going to blow up. If you use a couple panels to make skirts to delete a couple fairings, would it get rid of some of these fairing issues? So if I get rid of the things that I wanted to do and replace it with things that I don't want it to do, it might work? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, that'll probably work, but you're overlooking one thing. That's not my stakeholder expectation. I designed it to work like this, and I want to get it to work like this, dude. You know what I mean? You don't really want to change your stakeholder expectations halfway through a build to try and mitigate a problem. That's exactly what SpaceX is doing with Block 2. And we've all seen the fruits of that labor. Why not stage it so the clamps hold while you spool the engines up? Could you use the fairing instead of the monoprop thrusters to do SVIs? Have a couple parts plus looks plus might do something different. I'm using both of them. Sneaky, there's not a lot of things in Kerbal that survive when you put 7,500 metric tons of force through them. It's just the amount of push. The amount of push that we have is much too high. If I can get the stupid thing to put out on the pad. If I can get the thing to put out on the pad and not explode like this. Dude, I swear the game hears me, dude. This game tries to make you look stupid all the time. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do that pretty well myself, but Kerbal makes it worse. I'm pretty sure if I can feather the engines that we could probably get it into space. But, yeah. the force loads that we're dealing with are insane here, and I'm amazed this thing is actually staying together. I mean, we could try to send it at full throttle, Sneaky, but that usually shock loads the entire system and blows it up. That happens with real rockets, by the way. Just in case anybody's wondering. That's why sequenced ignition exists. So it doesn't do this. Watch, ready? Okay. That. If Super Heavy tried to light all of its engines at the exact same time within the millisecond, that would happen. Right there. Can't work like that, interestingly enough. It happens in high-powered rocketry. Some motors blow right through and pop out the nose. Yep. Yeah, so Super Heavy ignites its engines in sequence. And my solution to that is because I can't sequence an ignition to the millisecond, right? My solution is to start the engines at a lower throttle and then goose it up. Basically goose it to 100% before the thing hits the ground. We could do it on a Cal controller too, but we have to figure out where we want to sequence this dang thing. I was thinking have the clamps and engine start at 0% throttle with a Sneaky. I'll be honest with you. Your thinking is fine if it was like 2 weeks ago. We already tried that, man. Doesn't work. It shock loads the entire system the second the clamps release and it blows the whole thing up. This is the only way I found that works, man. I'm like 3 weeks into this project at this point. We've been doing a ton of different types of testing. That's correct. Come on, Kerbal. Yeah, we'll restart Kerbal after this test. Inconsistent, man. Inconsistent. Kerbal is usually superbly consistent, guys. That's the thing. It's usually super consistent. It's just not with these fairings and engine plates doing whatever the heck. I'll say that is definitely a first for that. I've never seen that before. Okay. Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen that. That was a first for that one. Yeah, that was a first. I don't know, man. Every time I think I have this fairing problem cornered, right, and we isolate it, and it's like we're playing whack-a-mole, right? I fix it, and then it finds another way to blow up. Starting to think maybe we should redesign. I mean, Nader, yeah, because that's going to be harder to figure out. Not too incredibly difficult, but difficult for a Monday. Let me put it that way. it's hard to tell what the TWR is with the engines. I mean, and we could sequence it like that too, but none of that matters if we can't consistently put the vehicle on the pad. I don't want to be playing and certify this thing to work and, you know, be like, oh yeah, okay, we're good, build a payload for it, put a payload on the top, you know, spend a lot of time making that and then put it out and have it blow up some of the time. That's not...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Put it higher above the ground, maybe. I don't think that that's causing the issue, but I'll put it up in the air a little ways. I do have to give Kerbal a restart. How's Oshkosh doing? Oh, Beach 18. Cessna 337. Oh, dude, twin engine. Cool. Forward and backward facing engines on a 337. That's cool. An L39. Somebody financed that L39. Look, that L39 is owned by the Bank of Utah. Bank of Utah trustees, meaning that it's financed. Somebody is making payments on their L39 out there. Can you believe that? Like you'd make payments on a car. Yeah. How much, bro, how much was the down payment on that L39? Please let me know. Please let me know for science. That's pretty funny, man. There's that C-130. Yeah. 534. Just chilling. Probably $1. Probably $3.50. So that plane can fly forwards and backwards? No. 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 No, not at all. It's a Skymaster. Here, I'll show you. Look. It's one of those. Cessna Skymasters have a puller prop and a pusher prop. They can't fly backwards. I don't think there's a plane that can do that. With that attitude, that attitude is physics. F-35 Harrier ... Happy, come here. Come here. Do you know the difference between like hovering around and like actual stable flight? Like, do you know the difference? Because I'm actually wondering. Because I said planes generally can't fly backwards, and you said, well, the F-35 and the Harrier can. Well, Diesel, do you know the difference? Because those are two pretty big things. Just because the plane can do this when it's hovering doesn't mean it can fly backwards. I mean, just genuinely curious because, yeah, no, they can't do that. Pretty sure, pretty sure, man. Like I'm pretty sure. So what speed makes it fly versus hover then? What? What do you mean? Okay. All right. I'll just explain this because at this point I do not understand if you're screwing with me or not. So what makes something like hovering, right, rather than flying? Well, when you're flying, you're making enough airspeed over the wings to generate enough lift to Bernoulli's principle, you're playing up in the air. Hovering means you're using thrust. So in the case of a Harrier, you're using the thrust from the engine. The difference here is airspeed over the wing. right? So inward, you know, saying planes don't fly backwards implies that planes can't fly. They don't fly very well if the plane's going that way, because it has to do with the airfoil design. So an F-35 using thrust to kind of pitch back to kind of move around like this, that's not flying, that's hovering. That's utilizing thrust to counteract the force of gravity. A plane in stable flight would utilize the lift generated from differential pressure over the top and bottom of the wing to do the exact same thing. That's what I mean. Does that make sense? Dude, like if you reverse the propellers on this thing and tried to take off, well, first of all, you're facing the wrong direction. But even if you could get that far, the wings wouldn't generate any lift because the airfoil shape is designed to have what's called laminar flow, or clean air go over the front edge of the wing. If it goes over the rear edge of the wing, it's not going to make lift. If anything, it might make downforce, in which case you might have a problem. You see what I'm trying to say, man? I mean, to my knowledge, dude, I don't know any planes that can fly backwards like that, but I'm sure there's something out there that could, maybe, but I don't really. Philosophically, if you unbolt all the seats and turn them around, you can fly backwards. That's the kind of problem solving I want around here. Modern problems require modern solutions. Dude, flying backwards, if you fly backwards, does that mean your controls are inverted? Because that would suck a lot. Also, Cessna 337s are really cool. You've flown backwards in your Cessna, just saying. Were you sitting backwards in the seat? Yeah. The only way I can think of, and Happy, you tell me if I'm wrong, the only way I think of you could quote unquote fly backwards is if you looked at your ground speed. If your airspeed was more, like if you were in a headwind or something and your airspeed was more than the thrust from the propeller, right? You could be flying stable, but actually be going slightly backwards in certain windy conditions. Is that what we're talking about here? Correct. I mean, if you want to call that flying backwards, dude, you can do that, but if you really want to. But to be honest with you, the airspeed over the wings is what matters. Airspeed is what makes the difference here. Is that not backwards flight if the coverage over the ground is negative, or is that too hovering? You really like making my job harder, don't you? What's the closest an airplane has been to space? The U-2 is definitely up there, Chris. The U-2 can fly high up there. X-15, SR-71, XB-70, those are probably the ones that came the closest. Not counting, I mean, if we want, I mean, we seem to be in a very technical mood today, so technically the space shuttle, the X-37, count, I guess. Your Cessna's made it to space. Yeah, no, you stop talking. I don't like you right now. No more talking from you. Did Concorde hit outer space? No. None of these planes come close to space. Not even close. So, guys, planes like the U-2, SR-71, X-15, etc., etc. The X-15 flew pretty dang high, but like generally planes like, let's say the U-2 got up to like 80,000 feet. That's pretty high up there, right? Space is 350,000 feet. Yeah, it's still got a ways to go. What was I working on here? Oh yeah, let's see if putting it out doesn't blow it up. It probably will, because Kerbal is just pissing me off. What about the X-37? What about it? What about the X-37? If I say the X-37 has flown further than any plane ever, people are going to say, well, technically that's a glider. Gotcha. Which is why I said, like just a second ago. Yeah. Actually got some good distance that time. Over the runway. Hell yeah. Go! Yeah. I'm not happy with this. I'm about to get rid of it. I don't think these fairing fixes really did us any good. It doesn't, you know, like it doesn't seem to have gotten any further than before. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm shooting out a message. Okay, cool. Sorry, a bunch of messages coming all at once. I don't know, dudes. Maybe it's just because it's Monday. Maybe because I fucking have a disgusting ear infection. I don't know, man. This thing is not doing what I want it to do. I thought that the fairing fixes would do it, but so what we could do right now is go and see if we can further edit the fairings to try and get them to work better, but dude, I just got here what seems to be the root cause of the failure. Chaz, if I knew that, I would have fixed it. We'll never know the highest flying aircraft because it's got to be some military tech that's not talked about. Are you guys doing this on purpose? I really need to know. You're not screwing with me, right? Like you're doing this on purpose just because it's Monday and you like making my job more difficult, right? Like that's what we're doing here. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Try adding another set of struts in there. That's not something I really want to do, guys. I really want to project the load path through the fairing, but that's proving to be a little bit difficult. Because remember, part of my expectations here is that we could probably trying to potentially reuse the vehicle one day, and I'll admit I probably should have designed this a little bit differently if that's how I wanted to do it. Yeah. But heading to work. All right, Tracian. But yeah, the extra struts in there are definitely helping us out, but the center engine's already gone. Some sort of mating system reduce load on the fairings. Well, I'm trying to put the load through the fairings, dude. That's the problem. It should be able to take it, dude. Like, I've put tremendous load on fairings before, but we might need to, yeah, we might need to change some things around here, dudes. So what I would like to do is go and test these fairings and mess around with them. But the problem here is that if we test and mess around with the fairings, we wouldn't be working on the rocket. Like, but all right. Anyway, let's send this. You know what? Just out of curiosity, I seem to have gotten it stable out on the pad, so hit 1 to activate the guide rods, and let's see if we can send it at like 80% power. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That worked. Alright, all engines are at max power. Sorry, the game stopped for a second and I got concerned. Okay, roll program is complete. Throttling back for max Q. See how we're getting some deviation on the nav ball? The whole rocket's bending from aerodynamic forces. Oh, that isn't doing me any favors. Yikes. Okay, we're at max Q. Max Q was very low that time. Pitching the vehicle over. I'm kind of scared to throttle the engines back up. Let's hit them up to like 80%. Right there. That should give me the thrust to weight that we need to get a good staging velocity. But see, look. Oh man, that thing's pulling a lot of drag. Thanks. Look where we're pointing. Look where our velocity is going versus where we're pointing. The whole vehicle's bending that way. See that? It's bending under load, which is not great. And the more I try to fight it, the more it's gonna break. Seems to have leveled out a little bit. Yeah, oh, 840 on the staging velocity. Alright. Hello? Did we not put a probe core up there? Good test. That would probably help. I was gonna say, it defaulted control to the first stage, and I'm like, that's not great, Bob. Well, staging worked great. Staging velocity at 850, though, dudes, is not ideal. That's really not good. We made it to staging, so that's a pretty clutch test. But how about we put a probe? Yeah, that's a good idea. What mods do you use? The game looks beautiful. Here. There you go. In chat, buddy. What if you clean sheeted a new craft? I'm tossing around some ideas in my head here, Hibbit, but yeah. All right. let's try this again. We seem to be able to consistently get this thing up there, and that's because I added more struts between the first and second stage, which is something I'm just really not, I really don't want to do that, but here we are. I do want to see what happens if we hit it at full throttle, though. Let's see if it can take it. Ready? This probably will end in explosions. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mother trucker. It worked. Roll program. Okay, throttling back. Yeah, but the whole point was to not do that. I'm trying to get the fairing to hold up, but it doesn't really want to. I pitched over a little too much, dudes. But we have the TWR to deal with it. You cover the 03BM power launch, yeah. This trajectory is bad. I pitched over too far. Rocket still looks sick, though. It still looks real good. I had to throttle up. We were getting grav losses. Yeah, I had to throttle it, guys. We would have fallen back down. I pitched over too much. There's got to be a better way to do this, man. I hate how much this thing explodes, dude. I can't stand it. It's getting off the pad, that's progress. This is not the progress that I want. It's not great. Alright, well, let's just do another test to see if we can consistently put this thing out on the pad. It's the same parts of regional parts blowing up every time, first time. I don't know. It's not... F3 menu level 1 is not detailed enough to really give us a certifiable root cause. Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. Blown up yet? Oh, much better. We've already taken engines out of the first stage design, Zero. Any less thrust than max coming out of this thing is going to cause problems. I'm starting to think aero might be an issue here. Why did you throttle so early the previous flight? Because I'm an idiot and didn't fly it correctly, Lava. Was I not clear about that? That was totally on me, dude. The last flight I flew it completely wrong. You know what? For this flight, dudes, I'm gonna pin. Oh, dude, she's moving. Look at the engines. This thing is bending under load. All right, 3, 2, 1. Well, at least we can consistently get it to do that. Have you auto-strutted everything? Yeah, about as much as I want to, Burger. Guys, the big problem that I'm running into is it's the load it's the load pathway, I think, between the first and second stage. That's my thing. We've pretty much solved all of our fairing problems. All right, let's just let it ride there for a little bit. Oh, jeez. All right, let me pause here for a second. Or let me get to 1 minute into the flight. I'll throttle her back. All right, well, you know what? We'll stop at 50. Let's see. Well, good news is that the fairings are working correctly. The back of this rocket is making 4.2 meganewtons of drag. What's our total drag? 5.9 over the whole stack. Is that just a small docking port? It is. We might have to switch to a larger one, but I still don't think that that's going to make the biggest difference. It's a long story, Blur. The reason why that docking port is there the way that it is because my fairings, so this right here, that conic point with the two stripes, and then, or the cylindric point right here, and that point right there, those are two separate fairings. I'm making an interstage out of these fairings, dude. That's what's going on. Making an interstage. And they have same vessel interaction on them, because I'm trying to get the fairing to carry the load of the vessel. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't want the docking port carrying any load, and it seems to be carrying load, and if it's going to carry load, it's going to break. Huh. Interesting. All right. So, first stage aerodynamics is actually working correctly. Throttling back for max Q, getting the pitch over. still supersonic. Let's give it a little more. Gotta get that number up there. This number has to be about like around 900. Ideally, it has to be like 900 with some fuel left over. I don't think we're gonna get there. Let me guess. Structural failure between 5-meter fairing and AP50 engine plate. But that's telling me that the flea engine collided into AEFF 5-meter protective shell. Interesting. See if you can place the manual strut. Nah, Blue, that's not what I'm trying to do, man. I'm trying... Okay, so in the end here, I want to make this... I want to try to land the stage and see if we can reuse it. Or at least that's an expectation. And if we got to do that, well, one, our decoupler's mechanism needs to be on a docking port, right? The problem with docking ports in KSP is that they aren't very structural. I don't think any docking port, even the biggest docking port, is going to give us the like, we won't be able to do that. We won't be able to... Blue, hold on one second. I got an idea. It's just dumb enough to work. The theory. I clipped the fairings between the interstages intentionally on purpose, removed all the struts, and I want to see what happens. It's probably going to explode, but yeah, they clipped. Freaking frisbee, dude. Come on, make the hanger. Make the hanger. Oh, man. We hit the front door. Stringer on the outside. We can't make stringers, and the load path isn't working that way. It doesn't necessarily work like that, Pandaroo. I mean, maybe we could redesign it for a larger docking port system, guys. Could redesign for a bigger docking port. That's possible. Interesting. Lead booster, huh? That's the part that's gonna come apart there. But the docking ports be either too close, far apart, causing things to repel and compress on scene load. Yeah, Killpon, that's really kind of what I'm messing with here. That's really what I'm trying to understand here. Because, guys, if we can get it so we can put this thing out with no struts connecting the top to the bottom and get it to get out on the scene every time and work correctly, we might be in business here. The other thing that I can think of is maybe disable SVI on this right off the bat and then enable it when it's out on the pad. Now, don't get me wrong. I have a feeling that it might, if we can get this thing out here intact in one piece, if we enable same vessel interaction, it's probably going to cause some problems. But yeah, Killpon, the big thing here is to get this thing to load up correctly without blowing itself up. And I don't want any struts connecting the first and second stages because, you know, potential reuse down the road if we really wanted to do it. See right there? That put all the load on the docking port, and do you see what it did? It didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. But I got an idea. What happens if we take struts in 6x symmetry, right, and we strut to the fuel tank with that docking port right there? Take the batteries, put the batteries in tri-sim. Because the docking port started skitching around.
Discovery.
Hey Darby, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thank you. Do struts have a max load where they snap? I don't know, dude. Never bothered to test that. I think my YouTube chat croaked, guys. I haven't seen a message over there in 30 minutes. Let me refresh the page. If somebody's been talking to me in YouTube chat, I'm sorry. My chat froze. Yep. Sorry, guys. I see it. It froze after, Chaz, the last thing I said was Chaz Bob say what seems to be the failure. So, sorry guys, I haven't seen much in there. The chat froze. You Muppet. How am I Muppet for the chat freezing, drummer? That's not my problem. Let's try that. Let's see what that does. Just out of curiosity. Dave's not here, man. Really, Kelpon? I don't remember doing that. Is that something I did? Cup the fairings? I don't ever remember doing that. Are you sure? Oh my word. You guys ready for explosions? Because you're gonna get them. Ready? All right. That's the progress we want. Interesting. The entire no, it's not, drummer, or at least it's not supposed to. Whiskey, 89-month
Discovery,
resub.
go at throttle up.
I didn't click that game. That's not the part that I clicked on. I clicked on the part action window, but Kerbal is not cooperating with me today. Try to directly strut the two docking ports together. How does that help me with reuse? Lurgan. Can't strut them together if you want the thing to be reused. If I want to reuse the thing, I'm going to need to attach another stage to it. I'd like to ideally, I know there's Kerbal inventory system and whatnot, but I'd like to ideally do that with the least amount of struts. I want this thing being held up by the docking ports, man. You're actually going to reuse it without in-game recovery? What did you think I meant, dude? Yeah, I've done it before. I would like to apply this to this rocket. That's just part of my stakeholder expectations for the vehicle. I wanted to do that. It's going to be a little bit difficult. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a difficult thing to do. Let's see if we can give these things some breathing room here. Does the docking port senior have more structural strength? You guys aren't, I'm not making myself clear, and that's totally my fault. Guys, the whole point is just that for the docking port is to just hold the vehicle together. I do not want any structural load being carried through that docking port. Does that make sense? I don't want anything being carried through that. Load should be taken off of the docking port. And I'm starting to think that that might be where we're having an issue. Because this is going to get compressed. I ideally don't want any load carried through there, but I'm not sure how we're going to do that. And that's what I mean when I say I might need to redesign. We might need to redesign because we might need to figure out where, like, how far we need to move the docking port in one direction or another to get it to not do that. Guy Kreisik, what's going on? 19-month resub. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, Blue. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to help. I'm not making myself clear. It's Monday. You're gonna have to excuse me. Yeah, I don't want struts between the top and the bottom. I want the docking port carrying the load, just like it would. I don't want the docking port carrying the load. Man. Because if now, am I going to reuse this? No, I don't know, maybe. I mean, definitely not going to reuse it if I can't get it to launch, right? But I'd like designing in these features just in case, you know. It's a good challenge because this is my first project back in KSP in a good while. So it's a good challenge to screw with just to see if we can get it done. But see, you know, that shows me right there, that was full load through that docking port. You saw what happened. It basically snapped the back of the entire stack. Now, I've moved these back into position and I re-enabled structural collisions on the aft skirt of the second stage, so they should cup against each other correctly. Doc and Fifi, both Doc and Fifi are at EAA. They both just landed. That's awesome, man. Hey, Astro, what's going on? So yeah, Blue. Now you're kind of up to speed. It's a tough problem to solve, isn't it? It did it again. Same deal. Same thing. Interesting. How do we get it to offset the load of these damn things? How are we going to do that? Did you re-enable same vessel interaction? Yeah, I did that time. It still wasn't enough to hold it in place. At least initially. Yeah. Multiple docking ports? You gotta be careful with multi-port docking, Pans. Multi-port docking can get stuff to not really act correct. Move the fleas further away from the fairing in test? Why would the fleas be causing an issue? The fleas are attached to it. Since reuse is the target, would assembling it on the pad avoid the load-in issues? Absolutely, Sirley, but if it can't survive being basically shock-loaded on the pad like that with a full load, the Kraken will absolutely try to take it when we put it together. It'll absolutely do it. Yeah, Lost in Block, I'm isolating the problem slowly but surely. It's taking some time because the F3 menu isn't exactly going to tell us what's wrong. The log said the fleas collided first. What most likely happened there is that this fairing broke. It broke off. And the flea collided with this fairing up here. It collided with the body fairing, not the stage fairing. That's most likely what's going on, because I noticed that some of our failures were saying the nose cone collided with the fairing. That's colliding with this fairing right there. With the fairing that's the body of my second stage, not the inner stage piece. Now, I'm wondering, I do not have same vessel interaction enabled on that fairing. Come on, game. Have you tried fairingless? What is that going to solve, Apocalypsis? We know the fairings are screwing up. We know it's a load problem here. What is no fairings gonna do? Someone made you a higher frame hierarchy view of your rockets. Don't suppose that would help at all. It did help us before, Wolfie, but how is it gonna help us now? All that's gonna show me is that my connection here is not adequate enough. But that's something I already knew. Does that make sense? I'm not even sure if the flange is going to solve our problem, Sea Kraken. Does reusable Neptune Heavy jog your memory about fairing shapes for passive structural load? No, we never made fairings for Neptune, Gilpon. The only fairing for Neptune was the fairing that had the payload inside of it, man. To my knowledge. I did make a newer version of Neptune called Triton, but I did that just for fun. The fairing should be transferring all the load, Pans. That's the big thing, dude. I'm trying to think about like how are we gonna make this. All right, I got an idea. These guide rods are obviously holding some of the load. Let me just check something. Let's put the clamps back in, right? Move this stuff out of the way. Here, put the clamps in another group. That'll prevent the shock load on the second stage. Let me see something. There's a correlation here between how we set up the docking ports and how we set up the fairings. I don't know, Oculus. It's untested. I don't know if that's how the fairings work, dude. I don't know if each individual segment will carry the load more or less. I don't know. It's something we'd need to test, but I'm not necessarily sure that's going to help me with the direct problem that I'm trying to chase right now. That would be another rabbit hole to go down. Watch. Yep. Yep, that's what I thought. Interesting. It was under lateral load because the whole stage is pushing down on it. The fairings aren't colliding with each other, dudes. They're not colliding with each other. I saw them. They were just moving around. Even though it looks like they're snapped too, they're not colliding. And I'm not 100% sure why. What I want to do is this. I'm going to put a little bit of overlap between the fairing shapes. I'm going to put a little bit of overlap there. Hold on. It's this piece that needs the overlap. Just zip that up like that. Now there's a little bit of overlap. Yeah, I think our fairing collider shapes are the problem here, specifically around the bottom and the top. Thoughts on using folders on your craft files might reduce load times when loading the file menu. What does that have to do with what I'm trying to solve? Do I have thoughts on it? No, because that's not the task at hand. Stay focused, man. I get distracted enough. I don't need stuff like that making it worse. Yeah, Kilpon, I did do that. you got to get the ports to pull the fairings together. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how I did it. Perhaps the only way to do it is to just put the stupid thing together. All right, let's get the guide rods in position. All right, now watch as it explodes. Whoa. That's not great. There's no way this thing's gonna work if I try to send it, but I'm still gonna. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This game loves proving me wrong, dude. Stage tip the clamp. That's why it exploded. That would have flown. I think we figured it out. Why did it do that, though, when we let go of the other clamps? That's the big question. Why did it do that? Okay. We're gonna do something dumb. Moving these down here as far as they can go. I just want to make sure that that's repeatable, dudes. Didn't realize until today that NASA considered a Saturn shuttle. That would have been cool. Yeah, Saturn shuttle was pretty neat. That was a pretty neat idea. But they saw expending liquid fuel boosters every time as being too expensive, which is... yeah, stupid. Hey, I mean, with this rocket, the explosions is just as violent as the real ones. Yeah. It's pretty good, right? I mean, when this rocket blows up, it blows up. You ain't finding a piece of it. All right, let's see. Okay, let's do the exact same thing. Hit 1. Now I know the fairings are colliding with each other because they're skitching around. I know those are... Now the docking ports, guys, instead of absorbing load, the docking ports are clamping the two fairing sections together. If I'm right, and we go to look at the clamps right there, it'll look like the docking ports and the decoupler are being stretched apart from each other. Yep. See? Good. So, Look at that. It snapped. It snapped it off. And right now, my upper stage is sitting on top of the first stage. Look. It was just hanging there for a second. Dang, man, that's violent. Wow. Pretty cool. See what happens though when it doesn't have the docking port to keep it centered? The Kerbal makes it start skitching around like that. It's pretty crazy, dude. Do the bigger docking ports have more holding power load capacity? Yes, but that's not the problem I'm trying to solve here. Oh, that's not the right one. Let's put these in a position where they'll take some of the load, and that should get us what we want. Let's try for it. All right, you know what? Let's really try for it. Get rid of the struts. Texas, come on, baby. Yeah, I mean, Aqualex, test it on your own. Test it, dude, on your own save, because yeah. I mean, I'm into something right now. That's why, but I don't want to forget that that's a thing that we could try. Probably gonna compress it. Yeah, it snapped the docking port. I couldn't zoom in time to see where it failed. Creeper, I didn't see it, but I had a feeling it was the upper inner stage, or the aft skirt. Let's... I've soft locked the game. That was weird.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Bird Dog, 81-month resub. Thanks, man.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Karen gifted a sub to Blurgert. Thank you. Bird Dog, you just got home with new sim racing stuff. Going to set up everything now. Nice, man. Are you going to join us on Friday? Hey, Nazalik, I'm great. How are you? I think my YouTube chat borked again. No, I see it. I see it, Fish. Wait, what's going on Friday? So, Blurgard, I have a racing league that I host in Assetto Corsa. Your Johnson Racing Administration, EJRA. It's an open racing every Friday night. I mean, we mostly do Assetto, but sometimes we race in GTA as well. You're gonna need to go into the Discord and get some mods, Blurgard, if you want, dude. But yeah, it's in Assetto. We race with mods, but explosions. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? More than welcome to, Dama. Good to see you still kicking, Kyron. I just need to see something, fellas. This is what I need to see. There's no fuel in the second stage, by the way. You saw it. You saw it, didn't you? Who saw it? That's what I thought. I saw it. See that docking port moving around? That might be our problem. So I went and throttled it to try to put a load on this thing. Now, fellas, this docking port I've had set to heaviest part. It's strutted to the tanks. And I did that for stability. But that means that docking port is not moving with the rest of the stack and probably is not allowing my docking ports to compress together how I want them to take the load out of the docking ports and to put it right onto the fairings. Understand? Okay. I did that for structure, but once again, that's probably not going to help because I need my docking ports and the decoupler to compress. I don't need them to stay rigid. Them staying rigid is not great for me. Let's shut that off and get this thing to compress and see what happens. Let me put the fuel back into the stage. I don't know why I did that. I was probably chasing the wrong problem. Let's see if that fixes it. The coupler moving and not the docking port, Jackal. That's why I wanted to test that. Because that means every time we're putting load on this, the tanks are pushing the coupler. And it's pushing the coupler to a point where it's breaking from the docking ports because it's moving and the docking ports aren't. I don't want that. I don't want that to work like that. I need the whole thing to compress evenly. If it doesn't compress evenly, it's not going to clamp the docking port correctly. Right? Hey, Dingo.
Oh, this is
What's up,
space.
man?
I'm in space.
Karen, give the sub to Mr. Yackle. Can you pitch and roll at the same time? Yeah, of course I can. See, now I'm wondering if we load up this next test. I have it fully fueled, but I don't have the docking port strutted to everything, but I have same vessel collision on the fairings. Let's see what happens here. It is going to shock load the fairings, but the load path should be through the fairings and not the port. So we should see a little bit of a different type of explosion here. It should go back to EP50 engine plate exploding. See? See what I mean? We're on the right track. Dingo, you've been doing... Yeah, Dingo, I was going to say, long time no see, man. I've been 700 weeks for the last 3 years at Boeing, and I haven't been around for quite a while. Good to see you're still going. Yeah, I'm still here. The sooner the pitch, the better. What do you mean, James? Pitch over? You talking about on a set? I'm trying to pitch over a 30-story building in KSP with no struts connecting the first and second stage, man. It's a little bit of a difficult problem to solve. I have taken load off the port, Hellfish, or at least that's the idea. So, the next test that I want to do here is to open up the tanks and get rid of the fuel again. So now, I mean, this should work. It should go out no problem, and it should hold up, right? Should. And if we can get, if it does, if we get past that point, I'm going to send it again. I'm going to launch it again, and I want to pogo the entire stack. Right, we're gonna induce pogo oscillation into the stack right after liftoff, and I wanna do it when our camera's focused on the fairing and the docking ports. I want to see what they do. They shouldn't do anything. They should just stay there. The fairings should be the ones that are skitching around. I'm going to build something similar in RP1. Do it, Blurger. Do it, man. Show me pictures. I always like to see you guys' creations, especially if you looked at something dumb that I was doing and it's like, oh, I want to do that too. Mm-hmm. Off-topic question, do you happen to watch or enjoy any esports? Jackal, 20 years ago, I was a semi-professional Counter-Strike player. Once upon a time, I did. Not so much anymore, though. I'm still good at Counter-Strike, dude. If you want to... I don't know, maybe I'll show it to you guys sometime. I do play from time to time on stream, but not anything useful. Not enough to stay relevant. But I played semi-pro Counter-Strike Source, Cal Open, Cal Intermediate, Cal Main, and then I stopped because I decided I wanted to go to school. Oops. So I just want to point out right now that my whole upper stage, albeit unfueled, is sitting on top of my sitting on top of the first stage. Cool. We do have a full payload though, which is pretty good. Why does the stack separator have more movement than the docking port? It's so, J-Speed, it's because the engine plate in the first stage design is forcing an auto strut to the lower docking port, which is preventing the whole thing from compressing like how I want. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Yeah, there you go, Kyron. I played StarCraft too, but I was not nearly as good at StarCraft as I am Counter-Strike. I only got up to Gold League in StarCraft. Wings of Liberty. StarCraft 2, technically. But I did play on Battle.net and stuff back in the day. I sucked. That was so bad. Fastest possible map ever. 2v2, 4v4, 1v1, stuff like that. 4v4, fastest. Good times. So that should force auto strut it should force auto strut to the girder segment. And that should allow that part of the stack to bend a little bit to put load onto the fairings. Get off the damn fairing part action window, man. Cheapers. $255 on the part count. Hey, what's up, RB? Guys, did you know that when RB grows up, he wants to be a fisherman? He wants to be a fisherman. That way you can play fish Jenga. Police. Is that fish Jenga? No. We're still locked out. Here, let me do another unfueled test. So, if my calculations are correct, the docking port should move. So before we had the decoupler skitching around. Now the decoupler and the port should be moving. They should be moving around. This is a unfueled upper stage test. Actually, you know what? Let's... No. Stop it, game. Progressively higher masses is not going to... I mean, Hellfish maybe, but that's not... I'm sorry, I'm not saying what I'm trying to fix. I need my docking ports to bend. They need to be able to bend and stretch. If they don't bend and stretch, it's basically the equivalent of not torquing a bolt correctly. Actually, in this design, the two fairings between the first and second stages are our flange. The guide pins made out of RCS ports are the bolt. And the docking ports are the nut. The nut doesn't inherently carry load in a structural design. No, it doesn't. The flange does. The bolt and the nut just hold them together tightly. I need my docking ports to stretch, and I need them to move around because I need them to stretch like you'd stretch a bolt to torque something together, to get it to butt up together. That's the problem that we're chasing. At least I'm pretty damn sure. Bingo. Bingo, Hellfish. That's exactly what's going on. So the problem is my engine plate that's holding the whole damn thing together is forcing an auto strut to the docking port. And before, it was forcing an auto strut to two docking ports. So only the decoupler could move around. I noticed that when we did the heaviest part strut. But I thought about it. I sat there and I thought about it and I'm like, wait a minute. It might be the auto strut on the decoupler, but it's not. It's not. It's not that the decoupler can bend and stretch. It's that the docking ports have auto struts being forced to them from the engine plate. See? The booster's port is connected to the fairing. Because the engine plate is attached to it, it's forcing an auto strut, which means we're going from the fairing through the girder segment to the docking port. But it's very interesting because it seems to be chasing something there as well. There we go. Took it out of the equation.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
There we go. Don't have to worry about cracking bot no more. Well, that's why I've been checking the AutoStrut visualizer in here to make sure that there's nothing running to that. I know what you're talking about. It forced the flag on the plate, J-Speed, but it didn't do it on the ports. Now the ports should stretch. I did that by adding 2 girder segments in there. We know that those girder segments are strong. But Alright, let's put it out on the pad with no fuel and oxidizer. A rocket review today? Yeah, about an hour, give or take. We gotta talk. We need to talk about, where are you? That's, is this a smart reuse? Is that a smart reuse? Is this how you do that? Did you want to do that before or after the Falcon 9 launch? We'll start with the Falcon 9 launch and then we'll go into space news, dude. Do you ever like get hyperfixated on something and generally don't want to think about it anymore, but you can't seem to stop? Graham, maybe when I was a lot younger, yeah. But a wise man once said, you gotta know when to hold them. You gotta know when to fold them. You gotta know when to walk away. Am I right? No, I haven't, Linus. MSC for after hours. Cities. Possibly with Jack if he has the time. If he gets back from shooting at Boca. Or at Starbase. Potentially with him. You gotta know when to hold him. You gotta know when to fold him. You gotta know when to walk away. That's not right. That shouldn't have done that. Come on. Hey, Chief. Never count your explosions when you're sitting at the launch pad. That's right. This could work as a new weapon. I'm not sure what weapon system this would be good for, but you know. How was your weekend? Chief, it was not very good. I had, well, I had to go to the doctor's on the weekend. Well, I didn't go to the doctor. I called the doctor. I had a weekend consultation from my doctor. I have a nasty ear infection, and that's the reason why I was only able to put in so many hours last week, and I felt like I was super dehydrated and stuff. Oh, I have a nasty ear infection. Yeah. Yeah. I woke up Saturday, and I felt like I was drunk. And not even the fun kind of drunk, just drunk. Yeah, that's the reason why I was like, my body just quit. Because, like, I guess my doctor was telling me, like, when you're an adult and you get ear infections, it doesn't hit like when you're a kid. It doesn't hurt. It causes a bunch of other problems, though. So, yeah, I have Z-Packs and stuff, so I should be able to get rid of it. But yeah, dude, it's it's been a pretty crappy. I had a pretty crappy weekend. But it's all right, man. It's all right. We're good. See, the interesting thing now is that this won't hold up at all. See, what I want to check. Oh yeah, the backyard bomb. Teller's idea. Yep. Yeah, that's a good idea. That was, well, it was a good-ish idea. Hope you live better. I'm all right, man. I'm all right. Get some rest. I spent all weekend resting. I didn't get anything done. Only thing I managed to do was mow the damn lawn. And I have a ride-on mower, so that wasn't even that big of a deal. I'm just genuinely pissed because, like, dude, my weekends off aren't like, I don't just sit there and do nothing. My weekends off are me doing stuff around the house, you know? Hey, nanowires, what's up? I don't like sit there and do nothing. I don't understand how people do that. You know? I don't do that. Dude, there's stuff that needs to be done, man. I got a garden that I have to tend to. Grow my own vegetables. I got the lawn that needs to be mowed. There's always something that needs to be fixed with one of the vehicles or whatever. I had my parents over on Friday. I thought you handed that back over. It sounds good. Brandon, I handed it back over for Jack to play, and he didn't have time to play it over the weekend. He was shooting. So I was like, can I, do more? And he's like, yeah. Yeah, Dingo, I'm there with you, man. I write stuff down. The list just keeps freaking growing, dude. Yeah. All right, let's see. He's aligned. And we know the drill. We know exactly what's going to happen when we do that. Really? Okay. Hang on. What broke? Okay. The engines are still part of the group. What about the interstage? Interstage is not. What point did we snap? There's still struts being run there. So, see? Look. The connection between my interstage strut, or my interstage fairing, and the second stage broke. See that? Connection broke. It didn't tell us that the connection broke, but it broke. And look, all of this is intact. If I switch down to the first stage, can we select this? It stayed with us. The connection survived. I can't believe that. The connection survived. Guys, this will probably launch. I'll bet you this works. Ready? It didn't work. I lost the bet. Interesting. We must torture some Goebbels for this? No, we're torturing the Kraken. I thought that may have been able to carry the load correctly, but it didn't. What happened is we hit the gas, and the aft skirt on the second stage hit the tanks, and the whole thing blew up. But that's very interesting that that's the connection piece that broke. That's very interesting to me. Say crab finger when it works. It's punishment for losing the bet. Oh. Yeah. Been super fun back at seeing the shenanigans. I gotta run though. Work is calling. 777 don't expect themselves. See you around. All right, Dingo. It's good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in, dude. Thanks for remembering us. We appreciate you, buddy.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nova gifted a sub. Thanks, Nova. All these fairings, man, makes it so upset, dudes. It's just, it does not like this many fairings in one craft file. I've noticed that. KSP, if you change the variant of the engine, does that change the aerodynamics of it? No, not to my knowledge. Just not sure how we're going to solve this crushing problem, dudes. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I'm drawing a blank, which sucks because I wanted to make more forward progress on this thing, but how are we gonna make this freaking work, dude? I'm trying to think, like, my gut's telling me to refactor the design, do the whole thing over, but I don't really know what we'd make better, dudes. You know, like, how did Kerbal end up using 26 freaking gigs? I restarted it 30 minutes ago. Actually, no, probably a little bit more than that, but still. 26 gigs. Dude, it's a garbage collection with fairings, man. What the heck is that about? It's so annoying. It's garbage. It's a memory leak in the garbage collection or something. Oh, look, it blew up. Look, we waited freaking 5 minutes for it to just blow up in our face. Thanks, game. Very cool. How about you take a break for a little while? You were running 2 instances of KSP. Wait, what? I was not. No, I was not. I don't think so. I don't think I was. But when I was alt tabbing, there was only one version open. How did we kill 2 versions of KSP? How do we have 2 versions of KSP open? I didn't click on it twice. I know I didn't. That's very weird. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You did. But yeah, see, Kraken, the 2 next to it doesn't mean that there's 2 versions of KSP open. Sometimes if you close the program and you force quit it, it'll, for whatever reason, it'll still think it's open, but it's not. You know good and well that that happens. I was wondering, you sure suggest tell you wrong at every step, just being helpful, you know, dude. It's a little too much today, dude. I don't have patience for it. Interesting. It's interesting that this is happening on revert to launch, but when we put it out on the pad for the first time, it always blows up. It's very strange. This is why I don't do revert to launch. You revert to the hangar and then go out. Because reverting to launch gives you an inconsistent simulation every time. See? It's doing something completely different than it did a second ago. I reverted it, put it out on the exact same thing. That other time it tipped over. That time it didn't. See what I mean? We might need to go with a bigger docking port, dudes. I'm not sure that docking port has the clamping force to hold these things together. It stretches, and it stretches a lot, but there's no reason to think that that wouldn't happen with another docking port, even if it's a bigger one. Can you assist me use frames to keep docking ports in place? Yeah, it's not necessarily what I want to do, though. That's the problem. Oh, Bob, how are you doing, mate? I don't know, man. Hey, Orson, did I try duct tape? Dude, if I had duct tape, this would have a lot on it. What's going on, man? How are you? This is a tough one, man. Tough problem to solve. We did have better luck when that thing was heaviest part auto-strutted, so I might just revert back. I don't... The other thing we could do is just run more struts and then it would fix it completely. I mean, that'll get this design working and then we could refactor for a better design later. Doing well. New job's keeping you busy. This looks exciting though. Oh yeah? What did you... Are you still at that place, dude? Or did you get promoted? Hopefully. Should be running that damn company, dude. I'm just saying. Or did you change jobs? Multi-location? Now look at you! Look at you, my guy. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still doing my thing. Is Orson in the industry? Yeah. Kind of. Yes and no. Yes and no. How to see it if you're having fun? Yeah. I don't know if this could be described as fun, but yeah, this thing was, dude. This is based off of a real NTRS. Oh, there's that. Just don't worry about that. Check this out, dude. This is an AIA report. Look at this. Look at some of those numbers. This was supposed to be what they were going to do after the Saturn V. Some of these numbers are a little big. My theory is that your manual editing puts something in position that is being interpreted by two systems as slightly different, or reload both systems. Read the Kraken is happy. I don't know, something like that. What's the propellant mass fraction? The propellant mass fraction, that's your mass fraction for your first and second stage. So the first stage is 92% fuel and 8% stage, and the second stage is 90% fuel and 10% stage. But that the prop mass fraction on the second stage reads that way because it's taking into account payload and payload fairing. So the payload here, RB, is 980,000 pounds. So that's figured into your prop mass fraction. It's a beast, dude. This thing is a freaking monster. I'm trying to recreate it, but it is, Kerbal is having trouble understanding even the scaled thrust for KSP. It's having difficulty with it. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. You know what? You know what, dudes? I want to see this thing working. I'll be honest with you. I want to see it working. Let's revert to the strutted design. I don't really want to do this way, but I'd prefer to see some... You really shouldn't band-aid fix your creations like this. What we're really gonna need to do is make sure that we can figure out the correct load pathway here. Orson, if you're still out there, dude, I'm dealing with a pretty gnarly structural engineering problem. My structural engineering problem here is well, we got a 2,000 ton upper stage in payload, right? Above us, and we have a 2,900 ton first stage below us, right? But that first stage is pushing up with about 7,500 tons of force. It's basically like taking a skyscraper and putting it in a gigantic bench compressor. It's a big compression issue. Kerbal is having trouble understanding the load pathways here. What I'm attempting to do is trying to use the fairings. See this ring piece right here? Trying to transmit the load through those, but it doesn't seem to want to do it. Now that's gonna, so the reason why I want to band-aid fix this thing, dudes, with struts is because this warrants a lot more research into like how fairings when you're talking about tons force here in the 4 figures, how they're going to jive. Basically, we gotta go do a little bit of a deep dive on trying to get this to work at this scale. This works very well with my smaller scale rockets. I've employed this type of design with a 1.25, 1.8, 2.5, 375, and 5 meter fairing variants. I know it works. I've never employed it when we're pushing up with 75 meganewtons of thrust out of the first stage. Is there a way to divert the load pathways to separate the load into actual math that Kerbal can do without breaking? That's the deep dive that we'd have to go down and try and figure out. I mean, I'm not sure I could get numbers particularly, but we'd have to learn how, basically how the interstage deals with load. And the only way to really do that, Orson, without like just testing the rocket over and over again and seeing what works and seeing what doesn't, like if we wanted to try and quantify it, we'd have to build a test stand. You'd have to build a test rig. And I'd have to build a test rig with a hydraulic, basically we'd have to build a hydraulic press in KSP. And then we'd have to basically use that hydraulic press as some kind of load cell. We'd have to build it into some type of load cell to be able to measure the force being put on. Like I can do that with the hydraulics, right? I'm not sure I can do that with 7,500 metric tons of force. I'm sure I could figure it out, right? Like I'm sure we could do it. I'm sure, I mean, I could maybe use rocket engines to figure it out, like with infinite fuel and have them push down or something, right? But, yeah. Where it's really not liking this, dude, is, it's when we put the vehicle out and then, so post dynamic pressure. So we get out I throttle down the engines for max Q, and we throttle them back up. When we throttle them back up, it just puts too much force. It puts too much force through the interstage for it to take it correctly. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to figure out how we would do this any better. And once again, that would warrant some type of deep dive into how load pathways work with fairings. And that's kind of where I think we should go with this. And normally I wouldn't band-aid fix a vehicle like this. But if we do a deep dive into it and we go and figure it out, I should be able to make a better version of this down the road. But that is a little bit of a project, dudes. But project I wouldn't mind doing. All right, I'm gonna overwrite the stack testing that we were just doing. I'm just gonna go back to a strutted rocket. We have full fuel. Once again, this is really not the way I want to do this, but we'd have to, I'm gonna have to do some type of deep dive into this thing to figure it out. But that's fine. That's good for KSP. That's good stuff. This is how we learn. I don't have any problem doing that. Let's just see if we can get this sucker up into space, huh? You need to invent a new type of building. You need a way to attach 2 or 3 multiple points into a singular object where it attaches. Can't do that in KSP. Not in 1, at least. That goes against the build logic. Oh, look. Is something? That's an important one. Is there a way to attach S2 to S1 using multiple docking ports? No. There is not. You're running... No. Yeah, to be actually honest, you can, but it's going to prioritize one over the others. And the second you undock the primary one, it's going to switch priority to the second one and blow up your vehicle. Confirmed. I know that happens. You don't need to test it. Believe me, I've spent hours, just like we're spending hours doing this, Graham, figuring out that problem. Do not use multiple docking ports. That's asking for an explosion. That's like, let's weld these two things together with some dynamite. It'll be fine. Just weld it together with dynamite. It'll be good. Yeah. Turn the welder on. Let's just weld this dynamite. Be a good time. Well, not docking ports, but interstage things. Interstage things. What are interstage things? The base part of the fairing. I'm telling you, it has to go through a single load pathway in KSP because that's just the way the game is coded. You could strut stuff together, but you can't, you only have one load path from top to bottom. It's a limitation of KSP because KSP came out like 15 years ago. EJ crossover time. Have a senior design team meeting with Sawyer. Sawyer who? What? The Sawyer from Flame Trench? From NSF? What if we're thinking about this wrong? What if we introduce some tension force like pulling up via vertical struts instead of strutting it to handle compression? You're guessing. Stop guessing. Stop guessing. You're guessing. Don't do that. I thought that you, Dawson Sawyer, were the big three when it came to KSP. I'm not trying to disparage Sawyer or anything, but Dawson and I have way more hours in KSP than he does. Like, Sawyer did play with us back in the day, but he went off and got himself a real job, dang it. Alright, I'm over it. This is a Monday. I don't feel like doing this right now. I'm over it. I'm over that for now. I don't care. Monday is killing me. That shouldn't have even done that with that thing being held up. That's so stupid. How's life? I have a disgusting ear infection, and every time I turn my head, it feels like I turn my head 20 degrees and my head turns 45 degrees. Like, even doing that is making me not feel good. Yeah. What if you use same vessel collision to make, say, 3 points to distribute the load? What, like that? The fairing is supposed to distribute the load, guys, but I have a feeling it's not. My IMUs are miscalibrated. Yeah, one of them, somebody hammered one in upside down, dude. So I'm like, huh? No, I'm trying to troubleshoot this problem, but it's, yeah, pain in the butt, man. I'm trying to push basically 10,000 tons of load through this damn fairing, and it's just the game doesn't want to do it. There are other things that we could fix, but I mean, watch, it's just gonna freaking do it, right? Alright. That's enough. I'm sick of watching that thing explode. I'm sick of it. So we got about, how long until the Falcon launch? Yeah, get out of my face, KSP. You're being inconsistent and annoying. $5:12. Oh, we got 50 minutes. Nice. Did you hear about the new DRS in Formula One? It's going to be called Your Mom. Stream starts in 36. Cool. I'll see you guys back here in a half hour. Yeah, this ear infection's killing me, man. It's making me very impatient, and being impatient on stream is the way you curse out viewers. And I don't really feel like doing that today. So I'll be back in a little bit. It's a real good way to get short with viewers and say something you don't mean. So, because this is a customer mission for Falcon 9, the O3B mPower 9 and 10 launch that's happening at 5:12, they will start the stream sooner rather than later. So, yeah, I'll be back in, I'll shoot, I don't know, about 30 minutes. What about dropping the hold downs at a slower rate, thereby not making KSP calculate the force in one go? Sequencing the separation orison caused problems. It's something we could definitely explore a little bit more. I've looked into staggering engines and stuff, but something in this design, stretching, going from tensile and then compressing down at the bottom of the engine section, didn't like it. So we'll think of something, dude. I'll think of something. See last. I'm not joking. I know you're. Oh man, that hurt. That hurt a lot. Sneezing. I'm okay. I'm all right. Woo! I'm awake. I'll be back. I'll be back in 30 minutes. So on YouTube, you guys know the drill. I'm going to jog the VOD. I'll be back for the O3B Power 9 and 10 launch coverage in about 30 minutes. On Twitch, just enjoy the tunage. I will be back momentarily. Yeah. And then we'll do space news right after that. Sorry for your earlier suggestion. Don't worry about it. You're trying. Graham, I'm not... I'm not me right now. It's like somebody is constantly giving me a wet willy right now. It's really not great, and it's causing my temper to be very short. So just don't worry about it, dude. It's good. It's good, man. It's very difficult to focus with that going on there. All right. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to jog the YouTube bot. I'll see you guys in 30. For space news.